Okay, testing. 1, 2. 2, 3. Testing. Okay. Hi, it's me, Noctis, and today I'm building the PBandai TR-6 Hazel 2. I've been holding this one aside. So yeah. Oh, hey, Lancet. I've been holding this one aside, and the 500 followers on Twitter and 200 on Twitch seems like a good enough reason to build it. So here we go. Hopefully, after the build is done, I'll be able to put on the decals the first time. Hopefully. Two. They're in order, but most of them duplicates, so it's a little difficult this time. Okay, so A229. But yeah, I'm actually surprised I finally got to 500 on Twitter and the 200 on Twitch. I thought I'd get to the end of the year and still be at like 150 or something. But I'm really grateful that people have been following. $50. Good job. That's a series I had forgotten about. But yeah, thank you. B1. Yeah, it's B1. Okay, what's next? Polycap 2. I am having a little trouble with my PlayStation 4. So my plan to play Final Fantasy 12 is out the window at the moment. After I finish fixing it, it'll probably be fine. I just need to replace the HDMI plug on the back. $248. And by plug, I mean like the actual plug inside the console. I have to like open it up. But I have a spare from repairing one that I think Doc Akari's using at the moment. Ouch. Ouch. That's just mean. It's uncalled for. Have feelings, you know. It's like my father. Kidding. $247. Wait, what? No, I don't want. What? Ouch. Are we all just NPCs to the great and mighty Lancet? What? Ouch. Why would you say such things? I think it's supposed to go on. Oh, but yeah, in the meantime, until I'm able to order the replacement HDMI thing and solder it in, I've got the HD version of Final Fantasy, Crisis Core Final Fantasy 7. At least then I'm like, you know, kind of like hitting the trends. I think that's right. definitely going together oddly. Okay, I think that's right. $2.21. But yeah, the Crisis Core version I'll be playing. It's recently had an updated HD graphics pack to add to it. I had been working on one at the beginning of 2020, and then shit kind of hit the fan with you know, the name that must not be spoken. But yeah, I ended up not finishing it. But it looks like someone's taken over and basically made the pack themselves. Also, I'm not sure if I did the audio work before or after last stream, but I did some changes to the audio filters and the video to make it at least seem clearer. So hopefully that helped. B225. Fortunately, it seems the only way I could do that is by increasing the what's going on here? Oh, yeah. I had to turn up the turn down the, what was it? Oh, right. Turn the brightness down. Turn the exposure up to just below where the frame rate starts changing to like 15 a second or something. And then, you know, is that right? Okay, yeah, that's right. This is right. I think yeah, just barely movable. Then, I added a smoothing filter and then a sharpening filter on top of that. So it basically rebuilds the video to make it look clearer. I think that's worked so far. The amount of steps I had to go to just to get clarity on this video is ridiculous. Audio, on the other hand, I had to actually turn off all filtering on the Logitech software. Run it through a RTX voice software that's, you know, like its own thing. It's not the one that comes with the Logitech stuff. And then I had to run it through filters within OBS. Wait, what? Doesn't feel like it's going on right. Why is it not? Okay. That's oh, so I got a weird reply today. I had posted about a guy on Twitch who basically scammed a whole bunch of people out of money by asking to borrow like so many thousand to gamble with. And I had said, you know, like if I could just borrow like 1/10 of that, not even 1/10. I think it was more like what's 300? What's 300 divided by 10? Be 30. So yeah, I think it was like 3%. If I could borrow 3% of what they borrowed, I could like pay off all my bills, and basically just pay whoever back once I got SSDI, the back pay from it. Because I'm due to get at least 10 years back, which is going to be like, whoa, probably the most money I've ever held. So yeah, I posted that on Twitter, not thinking anything of it, just basically like, wow, this guy just wasted a shit ton of money on gambling and lost friends in the process, you know? Someone replies basically saying that they want to help me out and that I should DM them. And their page says that they're like a philanthropist. And yeah, seriously, if they're actually what they say they are, because, you know, I'm looking at this the same way anyone else would. This is probably a scam, you know? But if they do what they are, you know, purporting to want to do, I could just finally just live on what I make a month and actually have enough to live. Not constantly be terrified of, you know, raising my goal amount down there every month. This is the weirdest. This has got to be the weirdest torso I've ever built. Two, 3, 9. Because I'm used to living off. Oh yeah, I kind of expected it after watching a couple videos on, you know, like reviews. Didn't you mention that last time? And we were like, we got caught up on trying to figure out the scales, why they were off size or something. Right, and the cockpit pit was in the head, which I have no idea how you'd fit a cockpit in that thing. Does not compute. Right. I think I put that on too soon. $220. But yeah, like I was saying, so my first thought on this whole thing is, oh, right. It doesn't make any sense how you could fit anything in the head other than like sensors and cameras. So yeah, I don't. There's no way that any of that could fit the torso or in the head. Sorry. $220. That's interesting. Yeah, I think the only thing that has that many I-build generators is like the Kshatriya. Yeah, with that many reactors like in the thigh. Which, yo, It's got some thighs, so it'd be thick. That tracks. So I had the idea to be a complete douche, and I was gonna recreate, like, pose my model. Like, I think it was what, Bad Bunny or something, where she's like got the lights all around her and she's like in her bed. And it's like, yeah, like you're stealing content if you don't donate or whatever. But I thought it'd be funny to like just mock her a bit. She's the one that was, yeah, she was like, it was the middle of pandemic and basically no one had work. And she decided to pull that shit. Basically accusing anyone of, who wasn't tipping of, you know, being thieves. Just a joke. It's not meant maliciously, but it is kind of like tone deaf of her. Right, exactly. Like accusing your audience of stealing from you. Especially on someone like someone who, like, you know, they basically label themselves as leftist. Like, what? What? But yeah, the joke is I'm basically gonna pose myself like that and yell at people for not being shrimp enough. Minus the HR. B1. 5 and oh, that's what those. Okay. Yeah, that's not even to be political. Like, if you say you believe something, like, you know, kind of like, at least walk the walk, you know? It's not going on. Maybe it's meant for the other side. No, it can't be it either. So I don't like this paint that I used on when I originally did the prep for this model. This metal spray paint that I used, like it wears. Like wherever you touch and rub, it almost mimics rust or tarnish. I don't like it. I have to be way too careful when putting it together to not push too hard and mess up the paint. I don't recall the what's it? One sec. Well, maybe they are the same or similar. The Hazel 2. Oh, I guess they are pretty different. Wow. Like I can see the differences with them beside each other. I look forward to actually having these things next to each other so I can like you know, compare them like size wise. Yeah, I do have the decals for this too. So yeah, like I said, I'm actually going to try to apply this if I can get this done quickly enough. Crap, what was I looking for? Oh, B130. '28 and 27. Yeah, I was basically explaining to Twitter yesterday. Something came up regarding the homeless. 127. I was a little offended because I've been homeless before. I kind of know a bit about the process, and so I was saying, like, having come from that, I think as a person, I don't need that money. I like to have a roof over my head. I don't want so much space that I can't clean it myself, because I am disabled, so I'd probably go for a studio apartment. That aside, if I had all of my needs met, so let's say I get famous enough. Oh, sorry about that. If I were popular enough to have income off these videos, like let's assume YouTube revenue, right? I think once my bills are paid and I've got enough to like maybe upgrade this setup, so got a little bit more viewing area, I think I would start my own shelter. The reason for this being, a lot of shelters, one, are usually run by religious organizations, meaning you have to actually sit through a church service. Two, if they're subsidized by the state, you have to sit through drug and alcohol rehab, which I was homeless because I'm disabled. Like, why would anyone disabled need, like, drug and alcohol rehab? We're not homeless because we made bad decisions. Like, So I think if I get to that point, many do, but most who are disabled, in fact, don't. And I think, right, exactly. So I think I would just start my own shelter with my own rules, come up with a screening process for like, okay. Oh, and another thing, if you're disabled, if you're staying at a shelter, you midwinter, it doesn't matter. You have to leave in the morning. So that's actually how I lost a lot of feeling in my fingertips and in my feet. Due to that. So I kind of know a thing or two about what's really needed. Okay, dropped it. But I think knowing that I would be able to better come up with exactly. I'm glad someone else, like actually knows that, you can become heavily injured from that. And I had friends die during this whole thing. And they did. I had a pair of rip-off Chuck Taylor shoes in the blizzard of 2010. I had nothing. And then the final thing is, if you're not back between 4 and 5 p.m., it could if you're not back by 4 or 5 p.m., even if it's just due to you not being able to get there that quickly, like due to your physical state. Ooh, how is my blue gun still on? You were locked out. Where did it go? So I would first off allow, it would be primarily for the disabled. Get that out right ahead of everything, Sorry, I'm still looking for that piece. What? One of these? Hey, no. But yeah, so if I get to that point, I'm just gonna do it myself. If people want to donate to the shelter directly, that's cool too. But no one's gonna help me build it. I actually tried to get people to donate to a GoFundMe for it in 2017. I've been trying to get this up for a while. There. Exactly. Like how a lot of judges, it's basically a matter of getting lucky on SSD, because you have to fight it over and over again until you finally get a judge that doesn't have some sort of bias. Because if you look at some of them, a lot of them are just straight denials. And they do this largely because they think that if, you know, if you're not really disabled, you'll give up. Blunt. But that's not how this works. Shit. But yeah, it was never meant as like a dog whistle for fund me so I can do this. It was more like, this is my goal. I want enough to live on, and I want enough to help a cause that I've been through it, and I want to do something, you know? Okay, what is going on here? I think this is how it's supposed to go. Another big problem was medical care. The local hospital supposedly has a bus. And it would, again, supposedly right? They would supposedly go out and help people during the month. But it was only one day a month. You never knew where it was going to be. And if you didn't make it, tough. And so a lot of people like to use it as a talking point. Like, well, the hospital's even doing something. I'm like, no, that doesn't really help people. It helps a couple people, but you're still telling like the rest of the population who can't make it that day, is late, or just can't find you. No, too bad, suffer. I know that's not exact. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And I was explaining this to someone, and they I don't think they believed me at first. They do now, after they've seen what I've been dealing with. But I hope after I prove that this system, this plan I have can work, that it's something that, you know, it can happen and it will function. That other cities yeah, pretty much. But I hope by doing this, if I can get to that point, that here, that people actually copy it. Like, it's one of those things, like, I want people to steal my idea. I want to prove it works first. I want to be the one who sets the, you know, the policies and stuff. You know, because I know what's needed. But after that fact, I want people to copy it. It's upside down. But yeah, as long as I get to lay that foundation for it, because having experienced it, I know what's needed, and upper middle class person who's just doing it for tax write-off is not going to know what's needed. I'm sorry. They can think they know, but until they go through it, they'll never know, because they don't know all of it. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not saying it to be a douche. You know, that they don't know what to do, but they just don't. And really often, and I mean this sincerely, without trying to offend anyone. When people get out of that situation, it's like, yeah, I made it out of there. I made it big. Look at me now. It's not, what can I do to help everyone else out too? And I want to do that. Yeah. And there are no simple solutions, unfortunately. You have to target each case, not necessarily case of homelessness, but there are like a series. How do I put it? There are types. Like there's homelessness from disability, homelessness from drug and alcohol, homelessness from gambling, homelessness from family issues. Some of them are combined, some of them aren't. And you can't just bombard them with the same treatment. And so by targeting one type, hopefully will someone who experienced the other right. So my hope is that someone else who's gone through some other type of homelessness, because I'm not gonna know what goes into that. I experienced this type. I only have the solution for this type, and I think the fact that I acknowledge that already sets me ahead of a lot of people who don't. Well, and that's the thing. A lot of guidance is done towards a therapy system. In Pittsburgh, I'm talking here specifically. That it's a good system. It's a good mental health system. So I think it'd be a matter of partnering with them rather than, start from square one on this, Ebook 23 and 24. Like, granted that healthcare system is subsidized, but it also means that I don't have to do that. I can rely on their judgment for mental health. And I can handle everything else. Well, that's why I mean my part. I can have, again, this subsidized company, mental health business, and granted, it is a business, or I should say, nonprofit. But basically, by involving them, I can have them come in and be that therapist on staff. Instead of having to right. And having a different therapist every day that has different experience and different qualifiers is probably the best route. And again, I can rely on their experience, the system's experience. Because these are people that I've talked to and worked with in the past that they know what's up. They know the system's like broken. Was right. And another thing that really annoys me, this idea of why do the homeless, quote, keep coming here? My dude, they're not coming here, they lived here. They are stuck here. They lost everything here. They're not new, they're not imported homeless people. They are your neighbors. I think the idea of assuming that they're from out of town and, quote, imported, you know, it helps them see them as the other more. And that it's a problem from the outside. It's nothing they did. But that's a problem. 13. Another massive problem is every state is supposed, I say supposed, to have a, like, through federal law, by the way, is supposed to have a cash assistance program for, like, the disabled who are applying for a disability. For small families that need help, right? It's supposed to. Well, PA disbanded the program and then got sued by the federal government because they got rid of the program. And you know what they turned around to do? They took advantage of a stipulation. Stipulation in the program is that if you have to have the program, but you can get around it by the rules of the program say that if you make this program, if you put the money into this program, you can set who gets it. You can set the rules for it. It's the guidelines, right? PA set the guidelines to basically, if you're breathing, you can't get this. I'm not even kidding. No one gets the program anymore. People will say the program still exists, and it does, but only on paper, because no one gets that money. No one gets any help. I argued with a resident here on Twitter at one point who insanely, like, they were rabid about this. Were declaring that no, PA has this, you're just too lazy, blah blah blah. It's like, no, my dude, this does not exist. But they were frantically, like, trying to prove to me it did. It's like, no, it does not. And I remember at the time, the girl I was dating, she worked for a nonprofit. And the nonprofit organization, it helped old people, you know, got the memo, and it basically said that it would literally save, I'm not kidding on this number, 0.01% on the Pennsylvania budget, and that they had to save money where they could. 0.01%. These are the same people that people like to blame on, quote, buying lobster. You know, they like to say they buy lobster. These are the people that say they use their money for toys and stuff. 0.101%. So ever since then, I've been like frantically trying to get people to realize that this is a real problem. The safety net that people think is there is not there. And no, you do not just get disability once you apply. Not how this works. They make you wait and wait and wait because they hope that you'll quote realize that you're not getting the help. You quote have to work. Well, if you can't work, there's no have to work. This whole idea of but you have to, well, you can't. And what happens if you can't and you got to do something? Well, you probably, game it. And that's what pisses me off about this. And that's why I wanna put what I know towards fixing this. I can't do government. I'm not well enough. I wish I were, but I'm not. I could probably do a lot. I think a lot of people, regardless of their political leanings, would agree with me. But I can only do what I can do, And again, if I can prove that this system would work, other people can do it. Sorry, I didn't mean to go all like serious so sudden. I just get really heated about this topic because it's something I actually do know about from experience, and yeah. I'd like to help be the change the perception. I think that's the biggest problem. The perception of people who have these things happen to them. I think a lot of people think they deserve it. That's not necessarily often, definitely not always the case. I had this friend, she was a little nuts. She was an older lady. She was like a surrogate homeless mom, I guess you could put it. she did believe that the people were controlling minds through radio waves. She was out there, but she was really nice and she meant well. It's not her fault she believed this stuff. But the year before, so January, December 2009. She passed. The thing that I was afraid of happening to me happened to her, and they found her under a bridge. I would like to keep that from happening. Sorry, I'm done. But that's what's at stake. E129. The bad things that happen to us don't have to create a cycle where that we do bad to others because it was done to us. We can break a cycle. So I see everything as well, at least unchanged. I don't know. E255. Ah, there it is. Assuming it's going to need the same for the other end too, so I just grab opposite. Is this right? Wait, what's going on here? Okay, that's what we do. So, yay. 500 followers on Twitter, 200 on Twitch. One hell of a way to start the stream, am I right? The goal isn't to depress anyone, by the way. It's to I want people to see what I've been through and what I'm doing, and I don't know, maybe do their own being the change, you know? That's how I hope it is. The other one's probably good at 111 as well. $125. $220. There we go. Oh, this one has those hands. I hate these. They're like semi-intricate to where they're held, but they're kind of shite. B254. See that they're actually fairly detailed. A lot more than most kits. I'll probably build the other hands too. This reminds me of my my Hazel custom. One sec. I didn't have all the parts I needed to finish building this, but specifically the midsection there, or the torso, reminds me a bit of this, how this is put together. Again, I didn't have all the pieces I need to finish this one. I only had the, I think it's Penelope? Oh, it's not Penelope. What is it called? I forget. Also, building that is why I don't have a Hazel custom anymore. I can probably take it apart and rebuild it, but like 1 sec. I get the feeling this is going to look really good, especially if I can keep putting the detailing on, at least remembering to. Let me find, there it is. And I do have the decal feet, although depending on your phone, you might not see them. So by the time I'm done, it'll look a lot like my Hazen Play 2. Okay, let's build the other ones now that while we're at it. These hands I do like. Very detailed. It's not like the these hands where it could have been done just with the normal fists. Two. Oh. 12. I think I wore my dog beat clothes. $25. Oh, off the topic of the future and what I hope to do, I actually came up with a really interesting Zelda theory for the new game that I posted to Twitter. If you happen to see it, give it a share if you would. I'm actually hoping it gets seen because I think it's really, if it's not going to be like if it's not actually the next game, I think it would be a really good idea for like a future game where basically this link ends up going back in time. Hence why we see the Sky Islands, and the reason we don't like why they look different is because that portion of the game actually takes place before Skyward Sword. Hence the Ouroboros. As the whole point is that the hero of the wilds becomes the hero of the past, first hero. And the reason Demise comes into existence in the first place is because it's why Link is going back in the first place, because the malice, just like in that Hyrule Legends game, whatever it's called, I forget now. It goes back in time, right? And it lays dormant for a while, and it becomes Demise. And so the cycle is always going to happen. It's happening over and over and over. Hence the Ouroboros. No, yeah, it's super hot in here too. Like I have my AC on, like the house AC is on. This room has an extra. Why is my eye closed? This room has extra AC because I have a computer in here. I ended up using some of the tax-free fund thing to cool off this room more. But even then, it's like super hot in here. It's funny, it's almost like half the country's on fire or something. Who'd have thought, right? It is. Yeah, I think that's what the house AC is, a heat pump. But I think there is a break somewhere in the vents that go through this house, and I think they need to get it fixed because this room doesn't get anything. So I would honestly, if you're gonna install that sort of ductwork, I would have someone else do it. You don't want to risk screwing that up, and then having to tear apart a wall or something just to fix something that eventually just settles and falls apart. Yeah, it's people buying. They do the thing where they bid on a house to build it. The lowest one gets the bid. Oh yeah, no, I agree. I just suggest, being mindful. Yeah. Well, because you're doing a lot of labor. I like what Linus Tech Tips did with his having the mini ACs. Yeah, they cut corners everywhere. Exactly. So the house is only 30 something years old and it's already got issues. Kalsang on the head, yo. Yeah, that's exactly what they do. Finally done with page 1. Wow. This is what happens when I start talking about a topic I'm really passionate about. Which is really often the problem and why it ends up being so expensive. And of course, because everyone expects it. Yeah. But yeah, they charge on what they are expecting, and since they're forced to expect that most of the time, yeah. Even this room, like I know I've got a lot running, but I swear something's wrong with the electrical work. I think it's why my computer's having issues and had issues. Oh, that, yeah, and I swear sometimes I spell something. I've actually, yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I only smell it, so I've been trying to lay off that using that outlet, but that's also putting stuff on other outlets. Intermittent outages. How do I put it? And it's not stuff that affects the rest of the house, so I know it's this room. Occasionally, yeah. I know it is. That's why I don't use that outlet. I know it's not the ceiling fan / the lighting because I installed that myself, and it's. I used to do it for a living. It's good. Downstairs, yes, I do have like the main panel for the house, but I can't cut it off. That's a problem, because if I do, this room doesn't have any electricity. They'll probably have someone come and fix it. I mean, like sooner rather than later, of course. I'm trying to think. I could try just replacing the outlet itself and seeing if that helps. And if it doesn't, well, I guess it's going to take more work, you know. Yeah. Well, yeah, I would inspect it first. That's another thing. My uncle, I guess uncle, since they had a divorce, but he used to do electrical work like I used to do. Oh yeah. But yeah, he used to do this too. And how do I put this? He would, even if that outlet was charged, in fact, he would just leave the entire house on and do electrical work. And I was like, because you don't do that. You don't do that. Like, hey, I mean, do what you want, but what? Yeah. Unnecessarily is the point. Like for, oh yeah. Exactly. And he actually had scars from accidentally, you know, it is totally not. Saying 120 volts is safe is like, no. Like, whatever you think. Yeah. Like, regardless of what you think, you still got enough electricity there to like power a room. So, don't do that. don't do that. Yep. Yep. Exactly. That's why I don't even mess with that. Also, nothing I say during the stream it should be taken as do what we say. Don't. Definitely go. Definitely don't take whatever we say in the stream as like. No, I mean anyone watching, like, thinking they should listen to anything they learn in the stream. Don't. Just don't. Wait, what? Hang on a second. Yeah. People don't realize, like, they take it for granted and they treat it like they would water. And you don't want to treat something, you don't want to treat electricity like water. They're not the same thing. They don't, there's a whole different safety involvement that you have to keep in mind. That's definitely why you don't see plumbers doing electrical work or vice versa. They're just two different things. It's kind of like you're looking for a job, right? And you're looking for a job and you have this friend helping you out. You have this friend helping you out. And they keep saying, oh, well, you know computers, why don't you get a job doing like Java? Or this place has a job, then it's like, but I don't do that. So it's like you're having, a lot of people do know how to do both, but you can't assume that because so and so you know, like, you can't assume that because someone knows how to build a computer that they can do AI, just like you can't expect someone who knows plumbing to, again, know how to do electrical work. And you definitely can't treat electrical work like plumbing. People don't take that into account, is what I'm trying to say. Oh yeah, you do. I'm just making sure the right. Like, this is mostly for the, like, anyone who watches in the future or is watching. Like, just by talking to you, I get a fairly good grasp that, you know, you know what you're talking about. There. No, right, yeah. All right, I'm just going to rest my hand for a minute. Let me put up the little thingy. Okay, that way people don't think I'm just stopping working. Oh, that was actually part of my, well, what we were just talking about, electrical work, plumbing. He reminded me, I had this idea. We've got a whole bunch of abandoned schools, especially in the city. They're fine. They're not condemned. They're just abandoned. What if we got one of those turn it into a shelter by splitting each classroom to 2 dorms. That way, everyone has privacy. The school is getting used for something else, and they could even use that to, like, I don't know. I could build cheap ass computers, and then they could, like, get online to do, like, maybe go to college while they're in the shelter or something like that. But yeah, just basically recycle an old school. Because it came to mind because the plumbing and stuff that need to be done. But yeah. Sorry, it just reminded me of that. I think that's right. Also, what's the deal with abandoned properties? You know, I mean, I suppose I just remember how well some of these older schools are constructed. Like, literally at one point they were building these things to withstand nuclear attacks. Literally. So I kind of wonder, you know, like, maybe it's not a bad idea, depending on the school. Like, construction's always a... Exactly. Like, I see no reason to just waste a property like that. I mean, assuming everything's decent. And we both know that, you know, more often than not, I would say that they're okay. Well, yeah. 120. I feel like if they were going to, if it was that bad, they would probably tear it down. Because there are schools that have been torn down and closed. And maybe that's part of why they do it. They wait for the value to drop and then they just sell it. I don't know. Oh yeah, of course. $17.20. Okay. Yeah, sorry to bring that up again. It just popped in, popped to mind, I guess. Although that did give me an opportunity to finally explain that aspect of my plan. I need to figure out. Okay, there we go. Assuming I'll have to do this twice for each leg. I really love the legs on the Hazel and Hazel 2 and Hazel play. The legs are very unique in terms of anime mecha or manga, like the manga, that genre, the real robot genre. Yeah. I wonder if these were developed by crap. The guy who they called him the man from Jupiter. I can't remember his name. I don't know why I can't remember that specific name. It's like Sosiro or Sakuro. I can't. It's like right there in my head. Anyway, looking at these and then looking at the mecha from Zeta itself, I feel like they have a lot of despite these being created in a different style in general, just because different developed way later, years later. In terms of the story, these look really similar to stuff he developed in Zeta. I really want to get my hands on a Barzam. Well, 2, so I can repaint one still. Yes, they totally did. '21 and '22. Polycap 1 and Polycap 10 times 2. I really hope they take more stuff that was previously PBandai, and like this one, for example, and make it official HGUC, like regular high grade. Because at this rate, I feel the only people making money on a lot of these PBandai. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I feel like the only ones really profiting off of PBandai anymore are scalpers. Like I'm sure Bandai makes a profit, but after their initial runs, like this one, whoever sent it, I know how much it cost on Amazon. It was like, I forget, like between 60 and 70, maybe 80. Right, but I mean, I mean, when it comes to profit margin, I'm sure they get money. They make bank. Right. But then you actually double that or triple in some cases the cost once they're being scalped. Like once they're sold by someone else. So you have collectors and people who, just really love these sets, forced to pay like 3 times the original cost. Oh, I need to take that sign down. There. Oh, I see. No. Sure. Home. But yeah, I'm sure they make good money on it. But I feel like certain other parties that shouldn't necessarily be involved are making way more. Where is that? There we go. Well, yeah, this thing originally when it came out on PBandai, I think it was like 40 something, but on Amazon now it's selling for like I don't know, 80 to 100. So I am kind of glad that a lot of like Gunpla websites, like USA Gundam and Mecha Warehouse, I'm glad they stopped selling PBandai, because I feel like they were effectively doing the same thing, even if it was just a little bit cheaper. Four and five. Also, the reason I was scratching that one side is because too much clear coat got on it and it was shiny instead of flat. Bugged me. His hands over there. Wait, is this right? I think I put this on backwards. I can't tell though. As I gently pull it apart. There we go. Let's try this again. On one hand, I'm a little glad someone decided to scalp this, because, or resell, or whatever you want to call it. I think of it as scalping, but I feel like if it hadn't been done, I wouldn't have it right now. Someone wouldn't have been able to buy it for me. And it would just be sitting in someone's house, or even just a PBandai warehouse somewhere. Well, right. If you're buying it with the exactly. Yeah, that's actually what I was about to say. But yeah, I think that's my main complaint with PBandai. That, and when you actually buy them like this, because I have gotten a couple myself. It's like sometimes you'll get them, but, and this is what I hate, really just hate about this whole process. Someone will take parts out of it. Like any of the decals that's supposed to come with PBandai gone. It's like they strip it. You know what I mean? And then you buy this kit thinking that you're getting the whole thing. Yeah, oh yeah, no, all of them I've gotten from Amazon, including this one, had stuff missing. Exactly. So I'll get it, and then stuff's missing. Sucks. And yet you're still paying, like, again, 2 to 3 times the price of the original. Oh, okay. But yeah, that's why I ended up buying the decals for this kit, like, instead of waiting till it got here. Like, once I got notice that it was going to be in the mail, I went ahead and ordered the, because I know every time I get one of these from any, it's not going to have the stickers. Oh my god, yes. That's like on my quote Advanced Zeta list. Sorry, just stretching my hands again for a sec. Whoosh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. That'll be a first. Like, literally, that will be the first time that's happened. Yeah, exactly. If you tell me what's going on, if I know, and that the price is, in turn adjusted, I don't mind. I really don't. Oh, right. Actually, I should finish resting my hands. I always do that. I'll start resting and then just start back to work, and then my hands hurt, and I'm like, oh right, I didn't really rest, did I? Got caught off guard by the gigantic arms offering. Wow. I hope I can do it justice. Oh, okay. Yeah, I always appreciate getting any of the Advanced of Zeta stuff. Like even this, it's not finished because it's missing the thing that goes over the eyes, and I think a couple other things. Like there's something that goes here. Oh. Let me know when... You can't hear me. Why am I saying that? Let's type it. They're probably over by the time I finish type that. Okay. What I was going to say is, even though this is technically an unfinished kit because I'm missing pieces, like I love getting any of the Zeta stuff, Advanced Zeta stuff. The designs are just always so unique in comparison to the other universal sensory stuff. I honestly think every mech, even the Barzam, I don't like the Barzam like in Zeta Gundam, but they even managed to make Barzam look good in the Advanced Zeta manga, and the Gunpla for it, I love it. It's just slightly less curved. Yeah, that's another thing. Okay, back to work. The other A1. Can't find. Yeah. Wait, what was that? Oh, crap. Hi, guys. Thanks for the raid. I'm Noctis. I build Gunpla and sometimes play video games. Hey. Oh, thanks for following. Appreciate that. Normally I'm not this discombobulated, but I seem to have lost a piece. But wait, why? Do you know about my panic button? I actually do have one, so. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah. Oh, I hope not. I don't think I cut it out. I kind of. Oh, what part was that? Oh, it's A2. No wonder I'm looking at A1 all this time. This is B, I think. Oh, maybe it's this one, and I'm an idiot. It is this one, and I am an idiot. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid. It happens every stream I drop something. Oh, thank you. I hope that you find this my streams entertaining. It's usually just talking and me building. Floor voice. Yeah, I said the other day that one day someone's going to buy this house, and there's just going to be like 2 or 3 models worth of parts just hidden in the like where the carpet meets the wall. Yeah, the only time it's a big deal if I lose the parts, it's especially, I should say, a big deal if it's this PBandai stuff. Normally with the other stuff, I can just order them from the website called Parts Guy. You can just like order single parts from him if you lose a piece. Yeah, that's what I expect. What? No. That sucks. Chips. Oh, you mean like a receipt or something? I don't know if I'll be able to necessarily do that if they ordered it from like Amazon or something. Because remember, some stuff, a lot of these, I should say, people send them to me to build, and I don't necessarily have proof. C113. It's fine. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So far, if it's been an important part, we've been able to find it. Yeah, I've actually got some thermal plastic that I had gotten to do that with how I needed to. It actually already came in use for some parts that went missing with the Kshatriya. You can't tell that anything went missing. TR-6. Two. Man, these slippers are just ugh. But yeah, still the parts guy, you know, not being on the scene, that's gonna suck. Because I even used them for like building custom stuff. Of course, I actually, you know, I still understand why this whole economy thing that's happened lately, it's harmed a lot of people, you know. Yeah, exactly. I should also get a PO box, mainly because, like, people buy a lot of models from each build, but I'm also okay with, like, those models from, like, eBay, where it's already built and just in pieces. Like, I could totally use those parts for, like, you know, crap. You know what I mean? Shit, I can't talk. Use pre-existing put-together models rather than ones that aren't put together yet, because it's cheaper. That's the whole point of what I was saying. But yeah. And again, if because you can tell, generally you can tell. Oh, this is already starting to look really cool. Wonder how many leftover parts are going to be. I love leftover Advanced Zeta parts. Those are so good for like. I haven't done it yet, but I've got some set aside for it for kit bashing. Oh yeah, Hazen Play 2 had a ton. Wow. Now I really want that kit. Like, I already wanted it, but I want it for the spare parts too. But yeah, I love the spare parts these come with. I want to start doing more master grade models too, because I built the Eclipse and now I've got a ton of parts left over from that. The Eclipse was a gift from my adopted family for like hitting what was it, like 400 follows on Facebook? I mean, not Facebook, Twitter. Yeah. That's another reason why whenever I get a model, I always build one that's regular, like comes as is, you know, minus me doing like clear coat and all that. But then if I need another part from it later for a kit bash, I just take it apart and mold the part. Making sure that's going together right. But yeah, the Eclipse had a ton of leftover parts too. So I kind of want to start building master grades just so I can accumulate parts. Yeah, I can't afford epoxy right now is the only reason I haven't switched to that. But I know that the parts themselves that you make, you know, out of that tend to be higher quality. Okay, now for the waist. Oh, I expected this to be taller. I don't think I have anything to me, to be honest. I mean, that's kind of my stick. I use whatever is cheapest because, like, I'm broke. That's the whole stick. Well, yeah, so you'd end up having to paint it. But still, it's better than nothing. But yeah, that's kind of my whole shtick, is making do with what you have. Basically proving that anyone can get into this hobby. You don't have to be a millionaire. Be one, no wonder. Just be two. $42. Oh yeah, I guess you could. But yeah, that's kind of the whole point. Is like, I'm able to do this hobby, even though I have MS and I'm broke, and I really hope other people get into it too. What am I looking for? 33. Oh, there it is. But yeah, for those who don't know, I'm actually in pretty bad health, and the whole getting back into this hobby has really helped my mental health, and I kind of hope it to get other people, like, I feel like it can help people be blunt. Like, even if I'm not accomplishing much else, at least I'm accomplishing something, and I feel good about myself after. 246. Who knows? Maybe if once they get this Road to Gunpla thing figured out, or Road to Gunpla battle. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. Maybe I'll actually be able to get to, like, go fight with mine. That would be so cool. Oh, but yeah, like I was saying, if I can find that epoxy cheap, yeah, I'm open to using any. Especially if it's off-brand. Making sure it's going in the right spot. Stop wobbling. I think it's... Wait, no. Yeah, there it went. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, I've already decided if the road to Gunpla battle thing gets far enough and we're able to start doing Gunpla battles for like for real, I will totally wear Char cosplay to compete. Like I don't really do much showing my face, but if you see someone on stage, shoot, with a cane that looks like Char, probably me. Really hope that happens. 245. That's the thing. They got it to that point. It's a little wonky, but if you watch the last Kakarot, some numbers video, he explains that when they well, that's what I was saying. Like he said that when they're scanning now, they actually not only scan like existing parts, the workarounds for getting stuff to it's like actually starting to work. So I think that's a good sign. I think that a lot of custom models are going to be able to, you know, be used when before they wouldn't. Yeah, I was super excited at first, and then like after I saw that the footage from out in California, whatever anime convention that was, I kind of lost a lot of hope. But now that I know about this, like 100% of my hope is back. Oh yeah, and I feel like if they've gotten this far this quickly, I think we will be able to see some real results by Just estimating 2024. Of course, that's also assuming that, you know, the current level of development is, you know, continuously being done. Yeah. Well, that's part of why I want to rebuild my RX00 so badly. The custom one I made. I want to make it so that in my head, it would be the easiest likelihood of custom connections being acknowledged by the software. That and the paint job on the old one just sucked. That's because of paint, though. I almost cut that off. I'm so glad I did. Okay. It's legit scary for a second. Sorry, I was trying to make sure I get this in properly. Oh, okay. There we go. I was just overly cautious. Two. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see how this Road to Gunpla thing, how it fares. I just have a really good feeling about it, especially again lately. I kind of wish, I think I mentioned this the other day, that they used VR. Why are my eyes closed again? I wish they used VR to simulate inside the actual cockpit. With, you know, the whole Gunpla battle thing. But I think if they made it reminiscent of like and again Xenoblade Chronicles X, when you go into overdrive and you can see inside your own cockpit from the like this goes first person basically. I think if they applied that to I would love it though. Like I think they should make it optional, definitely. I think that would be just phenomenal. Like for me, I think this also pairs kind of with their whole VR, them wanting to get into VR. This doesn't feel right. Yeah, that can't be right. Oh yeah, but I get the feeling that they're gonna play that into the VR a bit too. I saw the VR currently, and it's not promising quite yet. It's just up there yet. To be blunt, it's like they put a web designer in charge of the concept. I'm just like what it feels like, by the way. But it well, yeah. It's just not it's not pretty. I think the only, in terms of social software that's decent on VR, is VR chat, bluntly. I think they would pair far better with VR chat and then making their own world on that as a base, and then maybe take aspects that they learn from that. I think if they took that route, they would have better results and have a chance to learn without too much having. Well, yeah, Facebook for Meta, yeah. I mean, Meta their current thing. Yeah. But what I was. But basically, if they took what's already there in VR chat, if they took what's already there, created their own world, and built on top of that, got a little bit of experience in, and then carried it over to their own projects, you know, made their whole Gundam VR thing, I think that would work far better for them. I think leaping into this whole let's make a is not. It's just not gonna. It's not gonna work. 236. You want? Oh, there it is. I think they have a lot to. They need to readjust their plans. And that's understandable. I get it. But wanting something and getting something are two different things. I mean, especially since they suddenly they suddenly raised the prices on the damn Oculus. Like I think it when all that happened, it made the idea of the VR community expanding less likely, or at least more difficult outside of the niche audience. What happens from? Looks. Never mind. I'll just. 111. But yeah, whoever's in charge, I think they need to take baby steps. Be it the project lead telling the CEO no for once, maybe the first time in their life, no. This isn't going to work. Okay, there. I got confused from it. This is what I get for talking and building at the same time. But yeah, I wish they took more input from the community. I wish they did that. I feel like because they aren't, I think it's going to do them more harm than good. Wow. Okay. F6, 7. I knew this looked familiar. Now I know I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with. It's the cannon thingy from the back of the Hazen Play 2. Well, I guess that's from this one, but still. I don't like how that's not lining up properly. Oh well. Where's my paint pen? I want to scrape some of that off, but it's fine. Also, if anyone's curious about how my pin became pointed rather than the usual kind of rounded thing that paint pins usually have. I just cut it. You can buy spare tips for these on Amazon and most model sites. So you buy the tips, and then you kind of just cut them to the angle that you want, and you have a finer point, so you can do fine detailing with these pins now. Like, that's one of the biggest complaints I've heard about these pins, how they're too thick. It's like, you can fix that, yo. I mean, yeah, sometimes you have to go back for a little bit of cleanup, but it's not that bad. This isn't right. There's something going on here. Don't do as I do. Don't do this. How I just did that. Okay, I think that's how it's supposed to. Okay, sorry for going quiet. I was just trying to figure that out. That fixed it. Yeah, that was the problem. Okay, did I do this wrong? There we go. That's what I want. Oh, hello there. Hi, I am Noct. I'm a vtuber and I build Gunpla and I play video games. I'm building the name of the model up there. Okay, legs are on. What else? What's next? There. I allowed this to get too messy, so I need to clean this up really quick. Yep. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna rest my hands for a second, and then I'll start back to work in a minute. Was shaking a little by the end there. But yeah, you can definitely see what elements carried over to this one. Really looking forward to finishing it and having them side by side. What do you mean, what do I study? Man, they were really sore today. No, I'm not a student. Okay. For those who don't know, I have MS. I have multiple sclerosis, so it actually gets painful to do this after a while, but that's why I rest my head so well. And I do not, I'm disabled, so at the moment I do not, other than, no, I do something on Friday. I handle contracts for a company, but it doesn't take very long. Let's see. Doesn't look right. Oh no, I think I did that. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I my hope with these streams are that people can that they're inspired to get into the hobby, even if they feel like maybe they have a physical issue that they can't, or they're worried about not looking as good as other builders stuff. So yeah, hopefully they see that I'm doing it and they're more inspired, or maybe even just in life in general. This guy's trying. Where? Sorry, it just doesn't look right. Like the legs are coming up too high, but I don't see where I messed up. Yeah, something's wrong here. What the hell? These are coming up way too high. Yeah. Did I forget something there? Sorry, I just want to make sure I did this correctly, because it feels like I didn't. Okay, so I think this is right. Maybe not. Give me just a second. Let me figure this out. I screwed up. Okay, this part is right. I knew something seemed off about this. And I'm missing a piece up top. 32, 3941. Okay, let's try that. I really hope I didn't do this on the other one somehow. I don't think I did. It's the right leg, I think. What goes between those? Polycap 1. I really do hope that I at least inspire a little. I don't want the bad stuff that I talk about that happened to me to come off like poor me. I want it to be I did this despite what happened. Maybe this is for that leg. Sorry, I can't seem to get it in the hole. Don't say a word. Feel right. It says it's polycap 1. I did cut out polycap. Yeah, I did. Okay, there's a little bit of plastic around the edge. That should fix it. Okay, there we go. Now it's fixed. Sorry about that. Why is that not staying on? I mean, it's going through. I don't know what's screw it. I'm starting to worry a little bit. I need to check the Hazel play too to make sure I didn't make this mistake twice. I kind of feel like an idiot at the moment. Yep. I also didn't expect him to be so small. Like, I'm shocked. I know there's more, but I'm just saying. What's left is mostly like weapons, so. I also thought this would take longer to build. These finally come out now. I'll give it that. Yeah. Like the fact that they can do it on the entry grade 78.2 or X78.2, but they can't do it on premium Bandai. It's just weird. Like, I know it's minor, but still. Alright. Same. Like, they haven't worked out how to do that. I feel like they should do it more often. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. I agree under those circumstances. That's the whole point. Like, even though this is the older of the two kits, like, It's like, how did you not figure that out sooner? You know? And to me, like, that little V mark, well, yeah, but it's like that little, right? And again, it's a matter of the entry grade. Let me finish what I'm trying to say. I'm just having a brain fart at the moment, so it's a little difficult. It's just, I think it comes down to the fact that the RX-78, you know, entry grade is like a $13 kit. Right. And when they use a sticker, they look horrible. So yeah, I gripe about that, even though I know the logical fallacy there. Doesn't mean I can't gripe about it. Like my ex girlfriend from around 2007, 2008 said that's basically what nerds do. It's like, if we can find a reason to complain, we'll do it. Right. That's another one of those reasons I want a 3D printer so badly. Like, I would probably just make the kits, not the kits, the pieces, and print them. Yeah, I think it's... Ah, shit. Go in the hole. There. Okay. Where's the other one? Oh dear, where did I put it? Oops, that. Oh, why is the resting hands thing up again? Sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to do that. If anyone remembers, please remind me if I accidentally leave that up. Looks like I'll be able to do decals. There's not that much left. I think especially on this model, like the gold bits that I did really add personality to it. I think. Like it's surprising what a little gold Gundam marker will do for a kit. E12. For real. Like my silver Gundam markers never seem to work well for me. But yeah, the gold ones. And it works on almost every kit. Why is my eyes closed again? I think these are in the way. Let me move these tweezers. There. But yeah, it works on almost every kit. Or almost kit, I can say. Speaking of Gundam marker, do the camera. I have to scratch off the remnants for that to look more detailed than it, or delicate than it is. Same for this one. I might have to go back and do some of this on the Hazel too. But well, first I'm going to do this again. Same piece. But yeah, this is another reason why I want to rebuild my main custom model that I had built. I have this color paint and another one that's similar to this shade. I was gonna go ahead and paint my custom one basically Titan's colors. Just because it's a good color scheme. Like, it's not that I'm with the Titans or anything. They're kind of jerks, but they had style. Looks really good, I think. Like, I don't think I would have noticed that before. Let's see. Other one. Okay, let's do this. And the other side. I'll use a razor to get off where I got too much on. And then these. Oh, gotta wait for another piece. Go ahead and do this one, and then I'll put the poly caps on so I can put these pieces on. There. What polycap did that one? Oh, another one. Yeah, I think if I have another couple of these advanced Zeta kits, specifically the one I was offered today, that eventually Ah, shit, I forget what it's called. Hazen Play 2 something. Raw. That's it. But yeah, once I have that, I'll probably have enough parts to make something else. I don't know what I'll make, but there's enough parts after all that to do something. Right. Okay, I think that's right. I don't have any sandpaper on me, but I'll have to take some sandpaper spots at some point. For now, let's get the edges of stuff I painted. So it looks like I have a precise hand that I totally don't have. Oh, hey, Astuarte. Sorry. If I'm being blunt, I think my medication gave me cotton. Okay. Rest my hand a minute. I think that's pretty far. It's really fast in comparison to what I expected, because after building this thing, I expected it to be almost as many parts, but I was totally wrong. Well, no, it's just a tiny... I expected this one to be a lot bigger. Oh yeah. I can just get to sit still. So I could put my... Yeah. No, definitely. This is the point where you can see that. That is way more massive than it needs to be. Oh my god. I want to get another one of these. Hear me out. I'm going to put them in ropes. And then on Christmas, I'm going to put this one in a manger. I'll put little halos over their heads and everything. Take pictures and put it on Twitter. A Gundam nativity scene. Oh, okay, so I take Gundam Unicorn, okay, and Phoenix, and crap, what's the other one? What's it? Banshee. I take them and make them the three wise men. Best nativity scene ever. All right, I was putting up a thingy so no one thinks I just stopped. Oh crap. You know what? You know what'd be funny? Like, you make it one of the angels, right? Zaku angels? I can see it. I think it fits. Like, it doesn't fit, but that's the point. It totally fits. It's like watching a bad movie because it's good. This is the best idea I've had this year, I think. I'm going for it. That's gonna look so good. And I've got like almost everything I need except for another Hazel play. But I can still use the raw if I ever get it before Christmas. So they don't have another one of these. This is a brilliant plan. I love it. Let's see. Oh, they aren't like... No, never mind. For some reason, were there camels in the nativity scene? I can't remember. I thought there were. And then I can't remember if there are any that like turn into like animals like they do in Seed. I wonder why I could use for a camel from Universal Century. This whole plan is genius. I'm doing it. No one please steal my idea. Yes. I love the plans I come up with during streams. They're devious. Okay. E1. We're still gonna have plenty of spare parts. Look, I definitely feel like some of the best parts in Gunpla for customization comes from these kits. Like, the creativity with advance of Xeon is, or not Xeon, Zeta is just insane. Even though I think we all have our gripes about some things. It's a good series, like of models. What's that? Oh, thanks for following. Oh, great. Is this because of that evil nativity scene idea? Okay, there's one. Oh, this is gonna look so good. The other one built. Yeah, I need to pull out my spare parts box. And we were talking about using Gunpla to recreate the nativity scene. And how this could be like baby Jesus laying in a manger, right? And then you have like this and the Hazel 2 Raw as like Joseph and Mary. And then you use Unicorn, Banshee, and Phoenix for the three wise men. And I'm just going to take pictures of it. It's going to be great. I'm not even religious, but I find this hilarious. He's like a little baby in comparison to the other one. So tiny, small boy. There it goes. Sometimes it's a little stiffer since I clear coat these beforehand. That ends up looking a lot better than the stickers that you're supposed to put there, I think. The painted camera there. I like that. I think this is turning out really good. E113. Else HGUC. Where's E1 and 2? Oh, there's E1. Okay, what's next? 1, 3. Okay, these are all 3. There. Sorry, I just needed to concentrate for a second. That's why I'm so quiet right now. Just taking all my mental faculties to do this. There's not many left. Okay. A1. gating is a bit thicker than the ones A1 than they were on the F. Wait, no. Yeah, F13. Places to put stuff. Everything's out of order. E1. Let's swim. E1. Okay. Sorry, if everything was out of order and I couldn't find what I was looking for. E2. Yeah. Such a mess. Okay. These guns are massive in comparison to his size, or its size, I should say. We are now on by. A lot of that's just for the transformation, so I'm not too worried. I'm not building it in transformed mode, so I just apologize for the camera being a little wonky today. I'll try to have it fixed next time. I don't know what's going on with it. Normally my eyes aren't closed the whole time, like it's showing. Mildly frustrating. 117. one. I really expected to be up until 1 a.m. doing this. I don't know why I thought it was so much bigger. Okay, before I do that, I think I'm gonna go ahead and paint this to match the Hazel Play 2 that I have. There it is. I'm gonna try to keep it this elevated portion. If it does go off, it's not that big of a deal. After that dries, I'm gonna go back and fix that. I'm not staying in the lines, but it's not that big of a deal. I can fix that fairly simply. It was interesting meeting another VTuber who does Gunpla. As far as I was, under the impression that I was the only one that did it next to kson. Let's fix the over. It's the only spot on this side. Now, if you were painting directly onto a plastic without clear coat, model paint remover would be fine. But in cases like this, also when I'm like detailing, like I want my stuff really precise, I'll use a razor because then I can undo what I did more precisely, I guess. Okay, now the other side. It's kind of weird how weird. I mean, it's kind of strange how this paint, it's like already drying as I'm painting. to the point where if I go back just a second later, it's already gelatinous. So it's kind of difficult to work with. Like if I use testers or something else, it's not that bad. Like you have more time. So I'm pretty sure it's more along the lines of the brand of paint that these markers use. Since it does look like I might be finishing a lot sooner than I expect, I guess after this, go back and play that modified version of Crisis Core that was posted about on Twitter. I feel like with the remake being released in December, now would be a good time to play it. Kind of topical. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, I know how it looks because the other one has this, but specifically, I want to see it on hip. Come on. You like it. Oh yeah, this has got a lot of pumps left. One. Okay, so this goes in this, supposedly. Oh, geez. Let's at least get that in the hole. I'll come back to those. Get that one in. Fairly big snap. Scared me for a second. I mean, I thought that was the right way. It's like it's supposed to be the other way. No, that's what the instructions say, huh? Did I miss something on his shoulders? Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, I think it's missing a piece. Let's figure out how we screwed up again. A230. There we go. That's what's missing. Being more forgetful tonight than I usually am with parts. I don't know what's wrong. I think I'm just out of it today in general. Wait, am I doing this right? Ha! That's where the problem was. There. One problem down. Arms are definitely odd. The whole make of this kit is atypical. Let's see what happens when I turn it the other way. Come on, let go. Oh, well, it just doesn't. Okay. It's definitely supposed to do that. What I can't figure out is why it's not. I think I'd like to add fairy lights as lighting to these kits because fairy lights are small, and see how it looked. I don't know. Maybe if I get more of these, I'll experiment with that. I don't want to ruin a kit. That was nice. Thinking of the other model. Oh, okay, that helps. That was a part of the problem. That wasn't flipped up, but it doesn't stay up by itself, so that's a little bit of an issue. Now that's loosening. That's great. Sarcasm. I might use some hot glue to keep that in place. Because that's the thing I like about using hot glue on these models is the glue will come off, and you can hose it any other way you want later without ruining the model. That's why, like, even on stands and stuff, if they're not keeping their position, I'll put hot glue on the bottoms of their feet. Let's just do this again. Shit. think I was putting those on wrong before, definitely. It's definitely caused by the polycaps. That's gonna look really good on a stand. Okay, one sec. There's still a little bit left, I think. And then I can put the decals on. Ah, shoot, viewership dropped. I think it's because I got quiet there for a few minutes. It was just really difficult to figure out what I did wrong. Oh. Actually, this doesn't take too much hand stuff, so I guess I can still consider it resting. Where's the hole? That's gonna be a problem. After I finish my break, I'll have to figure that out too. Okay, let's see, where was I? Just chat would stay in place. Okay, there. And okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm starting to hit the limit of how long I can work on this. Let's see. What's this piece? How does this go on? It's... What was that? Oh, that's his damn arm. That's an oopsie. Hopefully this doesn't come off again when I'm moving or something. Might never find it. It reminds me a lot of the Victory Gundam's second version. If you know what I mean. Oh, there's no way to hold it up. There. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Stay in place. Stop that. Just want to get some stuff out of the way so we can finish up without being frustrated. Yep, organizing, they say, is a really good way to manage your mood because the human brain tends to get even more frustrated, flustered when surrounded by a mess. So it's more likely you won't think straight if you like have a messy room or something. Psychology's weird. Okay, if I can just figure out what to do now. What? Finally. This. This. One. Two. Ah, too bad it didn't come with a trigger one. You know, one of the fists with a trigger finger. To break this up a bit, might have to re-ink or reline certain panel lines. But it does this job. It does break up this gun. Of course, I got paint in spaces I didn't want, but that's okay. Again, I can fix that. I would just prefer to not have to, but it is what it is. It's turning out fairly decent. Excellent. Change his hand. Although I do like that one better. One more thing. It's the shield. Another thing is these mecha from Advances of Zeta really remind me of mecha from Xenoblade. I'm sorry, not Xenoblade. Xenogears, or Xenosaga. Specifically, the Xenosaga 3. That'll do. Ah. Like using this white plastic because it always leaves a scuff mark. Yep, it left a scratch. I knew it. I sand that at some point, but I got the scuff off and the scratch. One. to oh yeah, this kid's gonna have a lot of leftovers too. It's this one. Seven. And one there. Oh, I'm gonna have to take a marker to that too. One of those really good detail spots. Okay. Okay. I think we're about done. Actually have to stop at before I hit the 6-hour mark so I can go back and edit these if need be. Within YouTube, I mean. Let's see. Got a couple things to do, and then I'll go ahead and end the stream, and I'll come back in a bit with Crisis Core for whoever wanted to see that part. Where is he? On there it goes. Okay. course, it's the one with the weak joint. Let's see, maybe we can push that together. Oh. Come on. That's this one. Let's put the gun under this one. That's where it's supposed to go. Okay, I think it's about done. You know, minus the other stuff we have to come back to do. Let me figure out what just fell. Just the Gundam marker. Course. Okay. Well, yeah, that's about it. I will be back in about an hour to play some Rise's Core. If you can't catch tonight, I know it's a sad Sunday, so I understand. Go ahead and catch the VOD. So it'll be on YouTube. And if you would like a better image of this, I'll be taking a picture and posting to Twitter. I always post a photo of the Gundam I built on Twitter after the stream. So yeah, if you want a better quality image of what I built, Twitter, feel free to add me on there. I'd appreciate it too. I just hit 500 followers, and I'd like to keep that going. I'm just amazed 500 people give a shit what I have to say. It's definitely a new feeling. Thanks, that's Duarte. But yeah, I'll be back in about an hour. Definitely thanks for watching and spending some time with me. See you shortly.